be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself...
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and you said before that you still had some business at the
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse. And
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath. But not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind...
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. Recognizing that, my father decided to... The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about that night. My father hosted a banquet at it, but then we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard.
Huh? How did that happen?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were but, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. You're right. We still don't know what happened.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful. I think this On that note, however, even though our opponent is insidious and cruel, even though Spina di Rosula has lost most of its form, there is no need to follow your father's path.
If that's indeed what he wished for, was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since I want to find out the real answer for every...
Flavia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and...
So you do know something else, Malus.
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. And the serial disappearances case cost him great. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long... Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately...
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard. Especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful...
So he chose to die?
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because... Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true, but thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share. But if you want to use it against the enemy...
Why? If we know where the...
You mustn't forget that we're fighting a... There's no telling what might be lying in wait, but a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount. The worst case would be that we leave him.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case.
That's true. But things are different now.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk.
Thank you for all of that, Malus.
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was when I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, if the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals after several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, the first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's seat.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, there's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're...
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own device, since Thierry is always in the know about our current
I see. To think that the enemy we've been...
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution.
Of course.
You're too kind, And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter would... If it might help, you could also...
Oh, thank you so much, Malus.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to...
It is settled, then.
Thank you for arranging everything for... Excuse me, miss.
Hey, now
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of...
You don't understand it.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment. On the matter regarding my husband,
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could he had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for it. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he tried to be as careful as he could. But even so...
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his fault. I don't know that for sure, but you could say... Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken... Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense.
But Mama, why is Papa still the... Papa always wanted to be a good man.
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like you're...
Yeah, Papa was a...
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me.
Thank you. I'm very... Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really...
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House? Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something...
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, after my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should... Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. After that, he told us that he want... My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. But when I got there, it was already...
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guards said that the first shot didn't hit anyone. While the reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine. And did he lose all faith in the courts?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, and if I may just say one more thing. Many people have laughed at me for still calling, but it was Mr. Callis's trust that allowed me to rise through the... no matter what others might say.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well. it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Not?
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of...
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that?
I mean, where I work is... Callus did a fantastic job running the town. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy... Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are the...
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's...
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that... If you want to go through the original files from your father's case...
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question.
Of course. Without them, why do you ask?
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to...
If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of... Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think, so I can promise you, those mecha were definitely They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, jokes aside, I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so...
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as...
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no... I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the opera.
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as an
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right?
Yes. I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that...
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit.
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace, but rest assured, Navia. Poisson, if anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into... Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. So, the confrérie was responsible for that banquet. So I was out and about, then I heard the sound of a gunshot. And the rest...
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more.
Sounds good. Just let me know all my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
we've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused...
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already...
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be... makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Thierry, you say? It is, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha? If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that...
Uncle Marcel? And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a lot. Still really hard for me to imagine, though. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, but as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't... Who could it be? You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could...
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in... We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for...
Huh? Aren't you...
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you...
Wasn't that place built specifically...
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tarta...
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused...
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it. So, if the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned and...
Right. Because they'll think they've already found...
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder.
I understand. Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, you're right. This is our best opportunity. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be...
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving. It's our hope that your
Thank you so much.
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Aranias, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the... Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. Ah, you're right. Navia's probably arguing...
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tuck. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearance?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system. However, I did hear that people who have been charged, in which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an... I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back.
Hey! Don't you understand?
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to... Then why don't you duel me too?
Alas, it would appear that communication with the... In that case, let me explain everything.
That case had nothing to do with him. Huh? What's going on?
Why is she interjecting?
I told you it couldn't be one of the...
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceeding, but that was an exception rather than
Oh, please. Did you ever think we can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you, and if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default. Correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged... So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me...
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia.
That person is... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabriere!
Huh? What
I've heard of them, but...
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, and if the charge fails, depending on the circumstance...
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he... Mr. Marcel, you...
Apologies. I think an attorney won't be necessary.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you come on? Why would I do that? If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that...
I think there's no point in getting into the specific...
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabriere. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while the guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, the suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Callus was defeated by champion Julie. These are the known...
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques. Not, in truth, after that, the true... Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, however, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea. This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him, and... A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques but now it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was... Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident... The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered. Unfortunately for Jacques, realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder.
That's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as what?
What a great theory. It all...
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said.
Then, may I ask some questions? 1. Do you have the evidence?
I'm afraid not. Boo! I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. We should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after...
My second question has to do with the ensuing... Then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified...
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and what was certain, however, was that...
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearance.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter, but what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given But by staying silent, I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, and once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this...
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I fought many battles, and taken a countless number of dishonored lives in my line of work. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not...
Right? What she said was fascinating.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearance?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via... In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspect. I'm used to it, though. You've always been...
No need to appeal to paint.
I won't try to refute your points one by one. On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to...
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think, alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt? But if I were to dismiss this completely, do you know what the biggest flaw in your reason...
I suppose you're gonna tell me any...
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some... But the disappearances began before...
I do apologize to...
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friend. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job, but aren't you going against all of his wishes? He wished for you to become more once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things.
This isn't just about me. And it's the biggest difference between me and the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones. Many people's images are flashing. And whose image do you see? Is it a man named Vache?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you...
I was waiting for you to say that.
Into the wind.
Coming through! Express delivery! Strike a pose!
Silence!
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place. Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up. it to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
One with nature.
That's that! Shower me with praise!
Coming through.
Clouds high. The birds call.
That's that! Service with a smile!
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Time to go. Into the wind.
Let my name echo in song!
Be sanctified.
Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but... What? Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things. These names. Whoa. There's so much synth here. And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the... Mixing in progress. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's super obvious. Let's see what's written here. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an... This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the old dog's a real menace to deal with. He can act whenever he wants to make our... I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just so evil. Oh, look! There's an important-looking base here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth. And that if you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But Paimon will take notes on this incriminating... What's this over here? Looks like some kind of plate. Experiment number 16 aims to verify the experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read some... How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, in any case... We've looked at almost everything here and it's... Yeah! We haven't found anything that reveals his truth. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find it that way. Even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't... Sure thing! Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either! You take that side, and Paimon will take this side. Ugh. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her. Aw, it's just a normal duck. So many! A whole pig. The final name she decided on was Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Hey!
And whose image do you see? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
I've merely
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my
Just how often do you intend to flap?
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you! You even created Marcel as a new identity, and destroyed all records of your past as Vache!
So that's it. And with that,
this information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his...
Or our determination to see things through.
You're determined.
Mr. Marcel, Please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself.
Do you think... Pay attention to you? What for? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, they said there's no way a human being can turn into... Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You said Vignier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes. But I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't be dissolved.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve. Can't just do you all see? I can't go. I can't follow. I did all of that. I spent my entire life...
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Vignier, please, Vignier.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear.
Fine by me. I what?
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might... The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher, and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover. During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea, and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others, and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel, and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expand after exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many, although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able... And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame... However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power thus concludes the enigmatic... The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the series...
We really just witnessed history.
Yippee! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's... Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were...
The day our late boss had always...
Yeah. See...
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have... Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Ugh, what now? No...
According to court protocol, since this trial was...
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary?
Please respect the laws of...
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle.
Through evidence presented in the public trial, the guilty party has been identified. We now turn to the... According to the judgment of the guilty...
What?
Hey! That's not... What's with this verdict?
Huh? This has never happened before.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent...
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is... Guards, please...
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
I don't know.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea.
Yeah, so are the verdicts
My dearest, don't tell me. You thought...
But the way she looked just now...
However, given the state of things, I shall give you... And... of course, if you thought Child had nothing to do with everything he's done, all shall be revealed. Now, having said that...
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised. If the...
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff. So...
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over...
Stop resisting or...
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name? I erased all records of that name.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up.
Really? You did? The Fountain of Lucine? Then... Please give me a chance to talk to her.
What? Give an inch and you...
Paimon agrees!
This request, is it worth as much to you?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray... Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
Thank you. Thank you. Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vinier, it's me! It's...
Vache?
I'm here!
Hey, wait!
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you... You look a lot older than I remember.
It's been more than 20 years. All this time. I must be dreaming. Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me...
What are you...
If not for you, I would have finished. If not for you, I would have continued. If not for you, It's all because of your selfishness, Vache.
You... Wait, you are...
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousness, our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vignier.
Why? But then...
She doesn't want to see you anymore. This is what you get for your selfishness. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that... You are a liar. The only thing you are not is Vignier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
No! Yeah!
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came... But on top of that, she said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy. Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Huh. Well met, partner.
Even this weather can't put a
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia!
Oh, now that I believe.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia.
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making... Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. This time, though,
So his name's definitely been cleared now.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blast... Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I... well, maybe...
Huh? So you know Charlotte too?
Yeah. Way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. Secret. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys and...
Now that's another thing to...
Oh, and in other news...
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, it was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide.
Oh, that's great.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved... Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave. And on top of that... that includes me.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too!
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me.
And in that case, everyone, let's...
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a... This...
Huh? There's someone... Isn't that Dervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief...
In that case?
You really... In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, Ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to you. Oh, rather than that, which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly, and if not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, and in the end, from a justice that's higher than. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus. This regret has filled me with a sadness. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
So, you're actually one of those types.
Sorry about that.
Didn't I just...
Ah, so Navia... Let's not disturb them for now. We could... Paimon's never paid respects. Huh? Oh no. Paimon, anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to...
We ran into Navia on the streets today, so...
I see. Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my...
So, at court, the bad guy...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea.
Huh. So it really was where everything...
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh,
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was to be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina. Does that appropriately summarize the version you...
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached... Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rise... Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken... If the rumors were true, then perhaps this
But with Farina being the way she is...
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? My apologies. However, I still believe the judgment of the orator...
But you also...
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice has a divinely created mechanism that not only can it produce the incredible power of Indemnitium, which is all to say I have been prepared for a situation...
So
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a... Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, if we did incorrectly convict him of crimes,
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? Your sibling. Another blonde. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter. And is there anything... Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful...
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off. And so just...
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped. You know, we've been walking around for a while now. Why don't we go back to the Spina di Rosula base in the court of Fontaine and have a rest? Navia said something about having a place ready for us there, didn't she? Come on, let's go!
Dimension Shatter! And Shroud! Let's nip that in the bud. Why is there a chest here?
Yep, there's the room, and it's empty and waiting for us as now that it's here, why don't we stay and rest up here for a while? Even machines of... Oh, come on! This place isn't that bad. Oh, fine. Remember that detective story Paimon read before? Well, yippee! Then it's agreed. Come on, let's get some... Paimon didn't expect that style at all. Even though it's a detective novel, it's also like a social... no? Paimon...
Excuse me, but do you know if the Traveler and Paimon are lodging here?
Huh? Who are you?
A blonde traveler and a chatty little fairy.
Hey, what do you mean by chatty? Paimon...
It's an honor to meet you both. I was sent from the Palais Mermonia.
Nivelette? He wants to see us again already?
I am not privy to the details.
If you say so.
Now that I've delivered the message...
Thanks! We haven't left the room for a few days, so we'll head over once we've freshened up a bit.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it. I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe... Yes, I did send someone to fetch you. But as for what I'd like...
Given that we've already made the trip here...
I do indeed have something I'd like to ask you to do. The situation is this. If I'm understanding you correctly, the Snezhnayan harbinger known as the Knave has essentially requested a diplomatic meeting. I heard that she was originally from Fontaine, but for her, I sincerely advise you to refuse her invitation outright. I'm sure you're aware that her purpose is most likely related to Child's reason. We convicted one of the Snezhnayan harbingers in a court of law. I believe we should adopt an evasive stance until we can provide a proper explanation.
No, we shouldn't. I think we should agree to the meeting.
Oh?
Well, you see, we are the ones that owe an explanation. If we keep putting off the meeting, it's like a fight between two friends.
Though diplomatic relations between Fontaine and Snezhnaya could be considered.
It was just an analogy.
Moreover, even if we were to talk in person, if we don't have sufficient info...
I don't think we should overthink those possibilities. Besides, you'll be at the meeting.
I must clarify that interacting and communicating with people out... But more importantly, when did I agree to join the meeting with you?
You mean you won't come? No, that won't do. I can't go to the meeting alone. You have to accompany...
Lady Farina.
No, not at all. Look, I am the Hydro Archon of Fontaine, Focalor, the god of justice who is loved and adored. So I only hope that justice...
Though it could officially be considered a diplomatic conference, I assume you see it the same way, Miss Farina? Lady Farina?
Oh, yes, that's right. Just like you said, to make this tea...
It's a pleasure to meet you, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Hello. The pleasure is also mine.
First, I would like to thank the two of you. I'm often away on business outside of Fontaine, and I'm told that the children of the house... Oh, I'm not referring to when the children of the House of the Hearth are often misunderstood. All I meant to say is that Fontaine has been stable in recent years. That is something truly worth cherishing, and no one...
Now then, you have come
Well, yes. It appears, yes, as you surmised. As we are both diplomats from Snezhnaya, as well as Fatui Harbingers, Child and I have always been colleagues. Were anything to happen in Fontaine. So now, in my capacity as his attorney, I request that Child be turned over to Snezhnaya.
The rules governing attorneys only apply before a trial has concluded. Since a verdict has...
An outright refusal. Okay. What? You don't need to transfer Child to us. I only request to enter the fortress. It's not like you couldn't even...
about that.
The fortress of Meropide has always been completely autonomous. Even we have no authority to... However, if you absolutely must...
The knave showed up already? Well, Lenny did say that Father will be returning soon. We didn't even know that Lenny was from the House of the Hearth at the time, so we kinda overlooked...
Yes, thank you for your kind advice. I also noticed that Lady Farina acts a little odd and
Could the knave be?
If that were the case, then why
So maybe that's not very...
In reality, this problem is even more thorny than it appears. The details are still unclear. Special guards oversee the fortress, and its internal systems are I was only willing to share this information with you because you are...
So this is what you wanted to see us...
Yes. I would like you to go... This was my proposal during our meeting with the knave. Rather than allowing her to intervene, I offered to send someone... The knave did not seem satisfied by my proposal, but she still agreed.
So that means we bought ourselves some time!
Firstly, you're already acquainted with Child. And secondly, is the consideration...
Isn't it just Fontaine's prison?
I would not define it so crudely. The fortress of Merip. Early in Fontaine's history, criminals were punished with exile, not imprisonment. The fortress of Meripede may seem like a prison. All we do is dispatch guards to keep watch and help maintain Although I do have a personal relationship with the administrator there, neither—
Oh, Paimon gets it now. That—
Correct. I will arrange false charges against you so that you may secretly investigate. So, are you two willing to accept my proposal?
Yeah, no matter how you look at it, it seems—
You two have my sincere thanks. We will rendezvous at the Fortress of Merapede's entrance on Erinius.
prepared ourselves.
Perhaps you could enjoy a good meal and have a nice bath.
Oh, right! Even though we'll be there on second thought, is it too late to back out?
Please do not worry, since you will be compensated according to the—
Now that's more like it!
Are you leaving now? In that case, please take this cake.
Paimon will have that, and that. Oh, and one of those too? No Fonta, thank you. That cake was pretty good. But as soon as Paimon remembered that we're about to go to prison, now that Paimon thinks about it, we've always been split. Here we are, about to willingly send ourselves off to the Fortress of Meropide. Let's just try our best to investigate everything quickly.
Oh, what is that I hear? Is it—
Hey! You can't hear a
Oh, don't remind me. I invited an eyewitness to a case to eat here. Calm down, calm down. This is nothing new. As a journalist, you should be used to this by now.
You know we can still hear you, Charlotte.
Never mind. It's not—
No way! We would never! We're just, Oh no, Paimon almost forgot that Neverlet told us to keep it a secret!
Huh? Oh. But now that I think about it, I suppose—
You mean Paimon really did something? Sorry, Paimon really messed up.
Well, in that case, it's nothing particularly newsworthy after all. Oh, how disappointing. Oh, right. There's still a chance.
About that, Paimon doesn't think—
Oh, it's nothing difficult. All you have to do is think of a way to— He was awarded the honorary title of Duke in Fontaine. Sounds really cool, huh? On top of that, the Fortress of Meripede has never been under the jurisdiction of the courts. Oh, if I could write an exclusive art—
You make it sound easy, but—
Of course! I wouldn't ask you to do it for—
Alright, you got a deal. We'll do anything you want.
Then it's settled. The food should be here any second, right? Huh? Wait, just how much did you order?
Paimon's so full. Well, guess we have nothing to regret now, so let's get going. Wait. Paimon just said something really ominous, didn't she? This coffee just keeps getting more.
Coffee is life.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
you could eat so much. That didn't go according to plan. Please, please, don't forget.
Strike a pose! That's that! May I present?
That's all well and good, but I just want our child to be safe and sound.
All right, Nervalet, we're ready. Is this where the entrance is?
You have come, just as promised. Yes, this is the one and only entrance to the fortress of Meripede from Irenaeus. Careful. You may want to step back a bit.
Whoa! So you have to go down from here? Is the prison underwater?
Utilizing both the barrier of the water as well as the fear humans have of the depth. But do not worry. It is not nearly as frightening inside. Oh, and there's one more thing. I mentioned that I have had personal dealings with the administrator of the fortress, Writhes.
Yeah, we heard about him too.
Correct. He is the highest-ranking manager of the underwater prison. Even though you are going there to... The Duke rarely ever leaves the fortress of Meripede. But that does not mean he is not privy to all that is happening inside. All right. That's about all the time that we have to talk.
Don't worry, we won't let you down.
Good. Madeline.
I'm here, Monsieur Nervalet.
Like we would try.
Please follow me, you two. I'll process your paperwork for entering the Fortress of Mer...
what it feels like to be a criminal in Fontaine.
You two seem to be taking this pretty well. It's rare to see convicts in such a good mood. Monsieur Nervalet personally requested I escort these two
Well, now.
Well, have you tried service with...
Yeah, right. And even if I did smile at them...
Oh, she's got a point.
Well, I've finished transferring you. You two will register here and...
Yep. I'll take it from here. Okay, let me see. You...
That would be us!
Let me confirm your charges and sentence. Eating a cake specially prepared for the Archon by a Snezhnayan envoy without the Archon's permission.
Huh? Wait, you mean the cake that Nervalet gave us was...
Just looking at the charges, it seems you... And considering how fond Lady Furina is of sweets, now I've seen everything. Anyway, we still need to finish processing you. Please stand in front of the board over there.
Oh, all right.
And we're done. Thank you for your cooperation.
Huh? Rebirth?
You two are the new inmates, right? Follow me.
Oh, okay.
Save it. Not like I'll remember.
So, are you...
Why should I tell you anything? What's in it for me? This is exactly why I can't stand you fish. I wouldn't even be doing this if it weren't for the credit coupons.
Credit coupon?
Alright, seeing as you're not the annoying kind that's getting dragged in here crying and blubbering, I guess I can tell you a few things. But next time, Mora means nothing here. Here, we use credit coupons. Coupons can get you almost anything in the fort.
So, credit coupons are a currency that can...
It's not as simple as that. Like Moret said, everyone, no matter how much money or power you had before, everyone starts from the same place. I guess that's the real purpose of the coupons. And this is also exactly why so many criminals choose not to return to the outside world, even after they've served their sentence.
Oh, so that's what...
It certainly ain't all sunshine and roses here, but it's also not the worst place to be. You'd better take a good look at the scenery now. After being away from the sunlight for so long, even the terrifying depths of the sea start to feel like home. Oh, I'm actually an inmate like you two. Welcoming newcomers is a job I've picked up to earn some extra coupons.
Why aren't you answering us again?
I've told you enough for free.
So all you care about is Mora!
Almost there. It's down through here.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the
So, we're going even deeper now? Just how deep down are we?
It's like a metaphor for your previous life, isn't it?
Our lives weren't that bad. So this is the actual entrance to the Fortress of Meripede? Huh. It looks like there are other new arrivals, too. Oh, they sure don't look happy. Maybe oh, right. We're on some... If we're discovered, even Neuvillette might not be able to rescue us. Hey! Don't scare Paimon!
Look, I don't really know you, and I have no idea what kind of crime you committed, but...
Someone in...
Now's not the time to worry about that. Anyway, it's over there, so... You just go on over...
What was that all about? Wait a second. Are there usually so many garter mechs around here? They're already onto us?
Prisoners numbers 7459 and 7560. Welcome. Oh, no need to be anxious. He's Gardamek. When I heard that you were friends of Monsieur Neuvillette...
Wait! You know about our connection with Neuvillette?
The seafloor isn't as cut off from the world as you might imagine. And as you can see, committing a crime means being sentenced here.
The Duke! Greetings, Your Grace. Lovely weather to...
Oh, greetings, my good fellow. Well, I'm willing to imagine...
my profuse...
So this is the Duke.
The Traveler and Paimon, correct? Mr. Deacon here was... Outstanding. Well, Deacon, I recall we discussed fate during our last work. When you return to your bunk, you'll find the guards if it...
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Your Grace. Oh, and you too.
Well, I believe that concludes the introductions.
Yes, Your Grace. I'll take my leave.
Please, follow me. To make you feel more welcome, I'll show you around the various facilities of the Fortress of Meripede.
He's going to personally give us a cure? Huh, no wonder Charlotte's so interested in him. He's one of those mysterious types. Alright, let's keep...
There's no need to be so reserved. The label of criminal is nothing but one of many.
Is it really okay for the warden to think like...
Well, then maybe you'll be able to carve out a name and a place for yourselves in this underwater world, But before you go in swinging, please remember that in the fortress... Now, we've arrived at a very important place. The coupon...
Welfare mule? You mean it doesn't cost anything?
That's right. Criminals are essential to fortress operations, so we must...
But that's not how it was. Back in the day, it cost you credit coupons just to get a fish like you who just arrived with nothing. Yet it was only after His Grace. Now everyone gets a square meal every day, even no good slackers.
In the Fortress of Meripede, credit coupons are the only currency, and everything must be But trade is always conducted by people. If nobody could even afford a meal, then the whole fortress would be up in arms. So, rather than saying that we're giving everyone a free meal here...
Your Grace's reasoning is correct. Whatever the case, hard work is rewarded.
Right! Paimon sees your point. Oh, wait, no. We should have dropped our guard so quick.
Let's continue this way. This place is known as the Pancration Ring. Sometimes we have criminals who have more energy than they know. So, instead of leaving them to their own devices, we've provided them...
Pancration matches? And you can earn extra...
But I must warn you that your sentence will be extended if you fail to restrain yourself.
So, did you set this place up too?
No, actually. I just granted approval for the organizer to use this area. Of course, the fees are also quite useful.
Oh. Do you mind if we ask?
Sure. Ensuring personal safety, maintaining the arena...
Oh, no. Paimon was just wondering if...
A reasonable guess. I see you have a talent.
Oh, you hear that? Paimon has a talent!
That is something you can discuss between yourselves later. Let's move on for now.
Your Grace.
What time indeed? Time when...
my...
Jeez.
These are the dormitories, which is where inmates sleep. The guards will inform you where you're... In the Fortress of Meripede, criminals usually spend most of their time...
The production zone?
Not necessarily. Though working in the production zone is the most reliable way to earn...
Wow. Wait, you're the manager?
The fact that the Fortress of Meripede is continued as for what we produce, many of the clockwork... Therefore, the Fortress of Meripede is not only... There's no need for me to get into specifics about the production process now. You'll experience it all firsthand when you report for work tomorrow. Let's move on. The tour continues over this way.
You really scared me there.
The only thing you should be seeing is the work in front of you. Stick... Oh? Is...
Your Grace? What are you doing in the infirmary at a time like...
Not yet, unfortunately for you. But thank you for your concern, Sigewinne.
Then you must be here for those two.
Allow me to introduce you. This is the infirmary, and Sigewinne here is the Fortress of Meripede's head nurse.
Hello, new faces. They call me the head nurse, but I actually handle all the nurse-related work all by myself down here.
Since you seem to have some rare downtime with no patients...
Oh, then these two must...
Thank you. Your presence will be the pièce...
Oh, so the chore part is over now?
I believe I've already covered the primary aspects of life here. I seldom conduct tours.
Well, this is our first time here.
Then let's head back to the coupon cafeteria.
You should at least try to be excited. What do you think of the food? Wow, it looks delicious! Neverlet made it sound like living conditions in the Oh, isn't that the meal box that only super...
It actually has nothing to do with luck in this case.
Oh, you mean yes. What you get to eat depends completely on your luck. You could... Paimon knew it! If criminals got to eat tasty food like... Excuse me, did I hear you mention Nervula? He seems healthy no matter how you look at him. But he would...
Sounds like he hasn't changed a bit. Looks like you can...
Oh, that's good. But I still feel like...
No news is good news. Maybe next time I've got something to discuss with him, I can invite you to...
But isn't the Fortress of Meropide independent?
Well, we provide all kinds of mechanical products for official use, and some... Monsieur Neuvillette's character is unimpeachable. In light of that, I am quite willing to... In fact, right now, I'm treating you two as guests invited. But after this, you two will just be inmates here. You're very welcome. Well, your new life awaits.
Traveler and Paimon, right? Your bunks are right over there. Follow me.
So this is where we'll be sleeping from now on. Oh, Paimon can't believe this! By the way, Traveler. Even though the Duke didn't say it too directly, we are criminals, and Paimon did eat that cake. Is it possible that he knows we're here on a mission? Yeah, Paimon thinks so. Maybe something like, "Hey, I have my eye." Yeah, you're right. It's not like we can go back to Neuvillette empty-handed and say, "The Duke looks scared." And besides, the Duke said that he was willing to, so we at least need to try. You mean... Yeah, that's what Paimon was thinking too. Fortunately, based on his attitude, it looks like that we worked so hard to help clear Linny and Lynette's names, and you... Oh, right! Linny and Lynette are from the House of the Hearth. They work for the Knave, so they could be here to investigate too! Huh? Oh, it's a... It looks like a magician's prop. It was nice to bump into you again. Let's catch up. What in the world? It's written like he's greeting a buddy on the street. If you say so, we can ask... Hey, you're finally awake! Well, it's Paimon's first day as a prisoner. Last night... Hey, come on! It's just a dream, okay?
Hey, Lazy Bones! What are you still doing here?
Sorry! We're going right away!
You must be the catch of...
Yep, we just arrived yesterday.
Don't interrupt me when I'm...
Yes, sir.
Listen carefully to my instructions. Working around these machines can be very dangerous. Anyway, the Fortress of Meripede doesn't want to lose a single one of its machines.
Got it!
Your job is to use the machine over there to process widgets. Watch carefully, and make sure you step on the pedal at the right time. If the machine gets jammed... Here, take this. Bring me the process widgets, and I'll give you some credit coupons in exchange.
Once the widget is hot enough to glow, jump to step on the pedal and hit the widget. So if the machine gets jammed, you just need to attack it to fix the problem. You got this! Great! Now we can report back.
This one is... tolerable.
Though, since the processing is done by machine, the product is all pretty much the same anyway. Alright, I'll pass you for now.
Paimon's exhausted. Even though Paimon's starving, he probably just finished up his work too. Lenny? Mr. Magician? Where are you? Oh, this had better not be some disappearing act. He doesn't seem to be around here. Let's try looking somewhere else.
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience. Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring...
Where could he be? Did he decide to slack off and sleep the day away?
flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Learn the safety rules by heart. Wait, what was the second part? Learn the safety rules by heart. Wait, what was the second part?
Hey, over here. Oh, you scared.
You little...
So.
inseparable.
That's right. My brother simply can't stand to be away from me.
It's not just Lynette. Fremine is also here.
Oh, you mean that diver from the House of the Hearth, right? Now hurry up and tell us, how did you end up as criminals this time?
Sadly, even the teeniest of things can land you in prison these days.
And then?
Next, I invited several audience members to participate in the show. And then, with the entire...
My brother was charged with theft, and I was charged as his accomplice, having assisted...
It really isn't that bad. The missing wallets are all in the leftmost drawer of the Maison Gardiennage's big filing cabinet.
Yep, we should be released then.
In terms of the magic trick itself...
Leave it to Lenny to magic himself into...
Indeed. Last time I hid my identity from you, so I don't plan on keeping anything from you this time either. We were instructed by the father of our house the name...
Told you so!
As for what we're investigating, some even say that the entire fortress exists just to protect it. The House of the Hearth has been investigating this for a very long time, but recently, all of our informants, including the ones that had infiltrated the guards, we believe that this is a direct provocation. Father has somehow managed to confirm that Focalors does not have Fontaine's gnosis.
Huh? How did she meet...
Father has her ways. Many of them are beyond our imagination, and...
It was this information that led us to suspect that Fontaine's
So it's all about the gnosis again.
Well, that's about it from our side.
Bingo! The knave has been applying a lot of pressure. She wants to know what happened to Child, so we came here to investigate. Traveler, are we allowed to tell them?
You don't need to worry too much about that. She's just asking for... Father used the situation as a pretext to negotiate with two high-ranking officials in the court.
Sometimes you need an excuse to do things you otherwise couldn't.
Of course, it's not a complete farce. If we...
Is it just Paimon? Or does it feel like we're the only...
I wouldn't go that far. Father just even though we have different objectives, as you know, the House of the Hearth has many reasons to seek the Gnosis, but...
See, I told you.
Is that so?
Lenny seems to be thinking...
Of course he is. Lenny has been looking forward to a chance, or I should say,
Lynette, just tell them everything, why don't you?
It's okay to open up a little.
Very prudent of you. I was prepared for the worst, but you were actually more agreeable than I... Since Lynette and I arrived here, most people just clammed up and wouldn't talk, but you should be aware of that while you're
A forbidden zone?
Good. That's the most suspicious thing about the fortress that we know of. Oh, look at the time. You two must be hungry. You should go to the coupon cap...
Oh, that's just what Paimon wanted to hear!
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties. Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Oh, he wasn't kidding. Today's meal is nowhere near as good as last. Forget about it, but life here doesn't seem.
You think so, mate? If I had a coupon, seems you fishies still haven't learned your lessons from your life up on the surface. If you take things at face value, then by the time... I like your attitude. Everyone's been telling you to just follow the... What they don't tell you is that the rules aren't exactly what they pretend to be. The truth is, this...
Huh? Hidden rules?
Not everyone knows about those rules, but whether you know them or not...
Really?
Of course.
Oh, you mean that if there really are? In that case, would you...
Come on, mate.
Paimon understands, but we don't...
Yeah, I know. Moreover, you're new fish. Freshly caught. I'm usually around the rag and bone shop.
He left. Just like that. Huh. Do you think he's just... Yeah. It might be a good place to start in our investigation, but like he said, we don't have... We were so busy talking, we almost forgot to... So Paimon just confirmed with the guards that our shift is set, but it seems like most... Oh, and they also said that you can use coupons to skip work if they weren't kidding. Not... Are you awake, traveler? What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind. Did you... Is that even possible? Child's vision! Maybe the vision connected Child's consciousness to yours. And our investigation has its first major... So what did you see in the dream? Do you know where Child went? Huh. Okay. What's more important now is that it's the start of another new day as prisoners. What's the plan for today? Let's go! It's time...
look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasting. Good, here you go. Remember to give me the widget once you've finished processing it.
I'm on speed. But after so many shifts, it seems we're...
Hey there, fellow shiftmates. I saw you finished...
Oh, hey there! We've seen you before.
That's right. The name's Rowan. I've been working here for almost 15 years. Even the...
Whoa, you've been working here a long time.
If there's anything you'd like to...
Alright, Chief. We'll be sure to come to you first.
Did you just ask about the rules? Pretty sharp for newcomers. You've already heard about the rules, huh? Alright. Seeing as that truth is, you two keep working like this, you might be putting...
Huh? Wait, there's even a rule about that?
Well, it's usually not that easy to break one on accident. The conditions of, if you work continuously in the production zone for 3 days, and if all you do besides, then something bad will happen during lunch on the 3rd day.
Huh? Like what?
If I knew that, then I wouldn't be standing here talking to you, now would I?
You mean, even you have never tried working 3 days like that before?
There's actually a legend about this rule. They say that there was a worker who worked way harder than me. One time, he tried to test his limits and worked as long as he could. He disappeared into thin air, as if he'd evaporated.
What the? How could that happen?
Unfortunately, we were assigned different production zones. I never...
Wait, are you thinking that it was... Huh?
Oh? You... Listen.
Yeah, I agree with Chief here. Do you really want to try? Alright, if you insist. What is this garbage? What would you like to do this afternoon? Knowing Child, he must have been there all the time.
Oh, you must be the Traveler, huh? Sorry, mate, but competitors as strong as you are prohibited from participating. Even convicts value their lives, don't they? But we have a game here that'll let you show off your strength.
And if we lose the game...
Of course. That's the cruel reality fake. Okay, great. The targets in front of you will pop up one after another. You'll need to hit the targets in the same order that they popped up. If you can... But the second you mess up the order, you lose. The game costs 300 credit coupons to have it go. So, you up for it? Thanks for your patronage, man.
Time to go.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Aw, looks like we won't get a chance to sleep in as the dawn of a new day. Paimon feels like we're getting used to life as convicts. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? What do you have planned for us? But Paimon really hopes the foreman will be in a better mood.
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasting. Oh? What's with suddenly wanting to...
Sure. Let's just say we... Nice! We did well today. Let's keep it up! Ooh, Paimon's had it. That's it. Paimon doesn't even have the energy to talk anymore. Oh, Paimon's exhausted. Wait a sec. Now that... Oh, Paimon feels a shiver going down her spine. But it doesn't seem like anything's changed at all. And we made it to the coupon cafeteria safely. Are the so-called hidden rules only a rumor after all? Well, there's no Paimon wonders what we'll get today. Wait, what? What in the world is that? Is this stuff meat? What do you think is going on? Is this the bad thing that Rowan was... No, stop right there. Paimon gets what you mean, just don't say it. Hey, isn't that Woolsey over there? Hey, Woolsey, have a moment?
What is it? I'm about...
It's about the meat in our meals. Look...
The meat? Oh, that. Look.
How could... Ugh. What should we do now? Yeah, looks like we have no other choice. Paimon was What would you like to do this afternoon? Since we have time now, let's...
Oh, hello. You two are the...
No need to be so nervous.
Sorry. I couldn't help but think of his... Oh, it's hard to say. Maybe I am.
Wait, seriously?
Oh, I'm always indecisive, and I tend to make a mess of things. It's like a reflex. I just What? Please, don't say anything.
I was injured a bit just...
Huh.
I just knew you would say that.
Oh, you mean she wasn't in the infirmary?
Yeah. The rumors say that there's never anybody in the infirmary in the half hour before lunch.
Huh. That's actually really strange.
Forget it. I can take care of a...
He must have dropped this. Look, the Melusine perceive the world very differently from humans. As a result, their sense of aesthetic... Ooh, this all sounds pretty serious. And as for the notebook, let's take it.
Oh, wonderful. I was worried that you'd be busy.
Paimon likes having more coupons, but have you also been investigating?
No, I was just slacking off, and you happened to catch me. My brother is still obsessed with anything remotely Oh, before I forget, this is...
Huh? Credit coupons?
I've been here longer than you, so credit coupons...
Aw, that's so nice of you.
Hey, it's the Traveler and Paimon. No need to tease. Listen, I feel ashamed about
Huh?
But when I was welcoming you... Come on, I insist.
Siegewing? Aren't you supposed to be in the infirmary?
Hello, Traveler. Paimon? Everyone's usually busy around now, and we don't have any patients to look after in the infirmary. I thought
Enjoy?
It's really worth watching. I often stand here and
are you talking about pets or people?
Oh, I can see why you think that, but you shouldn't jump to conclusions. See, we Melusines are a different species, and we see the world very differently from...
Wait, Melusines can see that?
Yes. Running around tending to everyone's health is very fulfilling. Take care of your body, and make sure you eat well. Always rest when you're tired from work, and don't push yourself too hard.
We'll definitely take care of ourselves. Thanks for the reminder. Oh, you want to stop investigating and go Okay. So after working a few days straight, has our investigation turned up anything useful recently? Really? Well, we'll keep... Maybe we can make some progress in our investigation. What do you have planned for us? After working here so long, but doing the same thing all the time. Yeah. Oh, just a regular meal set. What would you like to do this afternoon? Sure, if we're not going to...
Oh, back for another try? All right, then get ready to...
Okay, do your best to hit the targets, just like Colin said!
Your strength really shouldn't be underestimated. Nobody who values their life would be willing to get in the ring with you. However, you two haven't tried. Just go talk to Rusimov. Buy a ticket for whichever fighter you think.
But we don't know anything about...
That's normal. Just watch a few matches and get a feel.
He's got a point. Why don't we give it a try?
Bet at random, huh?
Huh? We shouldn't get too carried away.
What? I never even picked a boxer before, and you already know about the rules? You're not just strong fighters. Seems you're pretty might as well tell you about it, since you already know that much. Besides, I don't want to risk ever losing a customer like you.
Is it that serious?
Okay. The hidden rule here is, if you buy both boxers' tickets, and something bad will happen the next morning.
So the rule is that we shouldn't pick both boxers in the same fight. But if anyone actually did, and what do you mean?
How would I know? No, but I've heard a story about the rule. According to the rumor, there was a masked boxer who possessed incredible... However, in the final match, the organizer... And after that, he was never seen again. Some say he died. In his eyes, supporting both boxers in a match would dishonor the competition itself.
So you mean, it's like a curse? He'll take vengeance?
No, he was always wearing a mask, like he was...
Traveler, Do you think that boxer was... Huh? Wait, what?
You're not serious. Look, here I was just trying...
Yeah, it sounds pretty scary to Paimon. Seems you've made up your mind.
Betting on both fighters will set you back about 3,000 credit coupons. If you...
We won't go.
The dawn of a new day. What do you have planned for us? After working here so but doing the same... Yeah. Oh, just a regular... What would you like to do this afternoon? Knowing child, he must...
Are you two here to buy tickets?
Who are the boxers in the next round?
We have the reigning champ, Le Grappler, versus a contender.
Are those their nicknames, or did they...
Since you're new around here, I'll help you out and give you a little suggestion. Anyway, this match, I reckon... Huh? For both fighters? I can tell you're new to this. Maybe you don't quite understand the rules, no? Let me try to explain again for you, more...
Oh, no need, no need.
All right then, if you're absolutely sure. Remember, no refunds once you buy...
Yeah, we got it. Just shut up and take our coupons. Seems we had a productive day.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon. Package here for you. The next time you buy something, go pick it up yourself.
Huh? A package? For us? Did you buy something, Traveler? Paimon's not quite awake yet, so why don't you go take a look? Ah, right! Yesterday we broke the hidden rule and bought tickets for both boxers. Oh, maybe this package... Paimon suddenly feels wide awake. Wait, maybe let Paimon go hide somewhere first. Just call Paimon after... Hey, wait! Paimon's still here! Don't open it! Huh? What is it? Are you okay? Let Paimon take a peek too. Oh, it's just a small bottle. But the color of the liquid inside looks so wrong. Alright, that's enough of that. No need to say it out loud. Paimon already knows what you're trying to say. Ugh, no way. Get that stuff away from Paimon. Paimon thinks we shouldn't open the bottle until we figured out what's going on. What do you have planned for us? Though it feels nice to slack off a little.
If there's no...
Who are you? We've never
I'm not! Of course I'm not.
Then what are...
I'm a promoter for Fontico, and I'm usually responsible for
Oh, a promoter from Fontico?
I'm after discussing the company's promotional plans. However, in light of our long history of successful let me take a moment and recall his exact words.
I'm just gonna stop. It seems you don't fully understand the value of credit coupon. But as for the latter, only someone monumentally...
Anyway, that...
Well, he is the head honcho here.
Fine. I know I should just... Hey, I heard you...
Well, the next day we received a mysterious package.
So it is real. You didn't become...
Paimon's not sure. Oh, okay. Well...
Yeah, you two don't seem to have changed at all. Still, I didn't expect you would actually do it.
Even if we bought tickets like everybody else, it's not like we could hope to earn any coupons. When it comes to things like this, it's always the
Hey, just what are you trying to imply? You make so little that even the current tournaments can only be held thanks to funding from the producer.
Oh, so it's the company that manufactures...
Let's just say it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Anyway...
Hey, what are these papers scattered all over the ground? Maybe not. Every page has the Fontico symbol on it. Okay. But, oh, you're right. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Let Paimon have a look here. Without assistance from the Fontaine Research Institute, we have no choice but to let the new product under... We have decided to only conduct closed... Sure doesn't seem like anything in... Let's put these papers back where we found them. Alright, but remember... Whoa! Isn't this the super lucky meal? Paimon's gonna take her time and savor every bite! What would you like to do this afternoon? After working here so long, we're but doing the same thing. Yeah. A mysterious box of it. Do you have any ideas, Traveler? Really? Well, maybe... Okay, so we've investigated 2 of the hidden rules. We'd better pick up the pace with our investigation, otherwise we'll never get any... Yeah, let's skip work for now and put our time to good use. Isn't that Vidok over there? Huh.
Seeing you at this time must mean you've already saved up a lot of credit coupons. Impressive.
So, now can you tell... Huh?
Leonid and those other pesky broke urchins have all gone to work in the production zone.
We get it, just tell...
So, you know those pipes that make strange sounds? Don't ever...
Something even more terrible.
A group of cannibals.
Cannibals?
Every month, they meet a few times in the dead of night. Rumor has, but what's even scary, since they have no way to dispose of the leftover remains.
Paimon might already know what you mean by other forms.
I've got things to do too.
Traveler, can we just trust him on this one? Oh, so that's how you see the situation. When will all the secrets end? Vidok isn't here. But the guys who went to work in the morning are back. Let's go ask them!
Just stay away from me.
What? What are you saying? You...
What are you talking about?
Their attitude sure is suspicious. Like they're trying to avoid us. But if they're being so obvious about acting... Oh, this is all getting way too creepy for Paimon. So you mean we still... Fielding?
What do you want?
We just want to ask you a simple... Have you ever discovered anything...
Why are you asking about something like that?
Well... right! We've heard it happens a few times every month.
Really? I see. But it's not like... Now that you mention it, I recall my colleagues talking about something like that before.
So, what happens at night on pipe cleaning days?
And they just conduct regular cleaning of the fortress's drainage facilities. There are 3 pipe cleaning days per month. And it just so happens that today is one of the scheduled days. You can try to
Oh, okay. Then we'll keep both ears out tonight.
If that's all, then I'll be leaving now.
Don't worry, we don't want any time added to our sentences. Oh, he left. So what do you think about the pipe cleaning days he mentioned? Right. Both are a positive... Paimon knew you would say that.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
This should be the place.
What? I know you. You were the ones we saw.
Huh. You've got guts showing up here.
You'd better leave now. Ain't nobody coming here.
What'd you say? Yeah, so what if they were?
Hey, what's the point of all those rumors anyway?
I don't have to tell you anything. If you turn—
Yeah, scram. Nothing worth seeing here. Huh? What did you say?
Isn't that exactly what Boss said when he left?
Hey, do you know our boss? Whoa. We had no idea our boss was such a big deal. So, did he have you come here to find us?
Oh, so your child's crew here? Seems like he had no problem.
We're the only ones who heard him say those words when he left that night.
Wow, those dreams of yours sure come in handy.
We gave him the business for a while and would always give him a hard time when he— But here in the fortress, he was working the longest hour. You could always see how amazing he was. So eventually—
But one day, he suddenly told us that he had to find a way to us, and as his crew, so we got to work and used the hidden rules that were here to make up and spread the rumor about the cannibal rule. We just wanted to give him a better chance of escaping on a night.
Oh, thanks to your rumor, nobody would want to come anywhere near here, prison, but hasn't child already escaped? Why?
Because as far as we know, the pipe he went into isn't actually an exit. It leads to an abandoned factory area, and but Boss still insisted on going in, so we told him that we'd pretend as if he never existed while he was gone. And that if he wanted to come back, he should wait for nighttime on a pipe cleaning day. That way, we could meet him here and help cover the whole thing.
So you come and wait here through the—
Yeah, but it's been so long now.
is it a—
Nothing could ever defeat Boss.
Okay. Paimon was just brainstorming possibilities.
All right. Keep quiet and follow us.
The way up from here has been sealed off. It's impossible to get through. Boss left by going down from here. It wasn't full of water at the time. Later, we came back hoping to have a look. It's impossible to navigate unless you're an extremely skilled—
Do you think Child got trapped by the water?
Not likely. We all know that Boss was an—
Really? Then have him come investigate. Pronto.
It's getting late. We should leave before the guards come this way.
Yeah, we learned a lot about what happened to Child. When you said you knew a diver, you were Fortunately, though, now that we can finally relax. It's morning already. Oh, Paimon still needs more sleep. Huh? Wait, look over there. It's one of Linny's cards. Let Paimon see what's written on it. Maybe you haven't heard, but today is the monthly free day. It's been a while since we last talked. Have you been making any progress lately? Let's meet. Ooh, today's our lucky day. We have the day off. From the sound of it, Lenny's been making progress with his
Hey, you over there? Yeah, you! Say, do you like playing card games? You know, like Genius Invocation TCG?
You TCG players are like mint in the wild, literally sprouting up everywhere.
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with finding fellow alright. No pressure.
But why would you be looking for people to play Genius Invocation in a...
Whether you're throwing down cards or... There are lots of card players here in the fortress. When I saw you, I immediately thought, hey, even... Sure.
Great! Since you've been here longer than us, you need to flex your senior...
I thought you would have already heard everything by now.
Why don't you pick? We'll let you know if we've heard it already.
Alright. Have you heard any strange... Then, did you know that there are some people who... There are two guys who are always skulking around in the corners of corridors gossiping. The bigger guy is Quisto, and I never really found their gossip very mind-blowing. If you're interested, you can go talk with them.
Good to know.
Let me think. Oh, did you know that the Duke was also a convict in the fortress?
Huh? Wait, are you serious?
That's right. The Duke was an inmate just like you and me. Seems he was to go from an ordinary inmate to becoming the manager of the whole place? A forbidden zone?
It's just a rumor we've been hearing, but no worries if you've never heard of it.
Anything else?
Look, there are some people talking over there. What?
If you ask me, those pompous...
Hey, speak for yourself, man!
Oh, you think you're special or something? If you're here, then you're just a con...
I don't buy that.
Hey, how cool would it be if the whole world was destroyed by a giant flood and everyone...
What kind of filthy bilgewad? Listen, things ain't so great on the surface, but who wants to live in the ruddy overworld and
what makes you think they want to hire someone like you?
Whoa. Sounds like they're really unhappy about the overworld. Speaking of which, Paimon never heard anyone use the words overworld or underworld when we were living up there. That's true. There's a group of people over...
So I said, that's not a fuck.
Oh, sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like you were talking...
What's the matter?
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that.
You hear that, Quisto?
Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some
Really? Are we?
You're kidding. How often does anyone get up?
A little mistake, huh? I like the way you...
Your group?
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon. People usually call us the...
So, you two really like to gossip?
No. You don't get it. Knowing intelligence will make things better for you here. For example... Whoa, all this info's worth something, you know.
I don't mind him. Quisto... The welfare meals. Talk about the welfare meals.
Right. That...
Is that so?
Oh, so you're the one who made those delicious steaks.
You are correct. I am. Since you like my cooking, I guess that means... Listen, kids. The power structure within the fortress is quite complex. You've already met the one person here you should never cross, the Duke, Risley.
Those who have the Duke's attention get all kinds of special perks.
I know who you mean. It's that Jurier character, right?
But did you know that Jurier was a
I don't care if he was a researcher that could turn... Speaking of which, the last time I saw him, he was passing by in the corridor with...
You mean he hit a woman? Wow, I never imagined.
But that Lorvine's also quite the odd one, you know? She's always gabbing away.
Wait a second.
Do you think could it be that there's...
After all, I do remember seeing Lorvine.
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet Linny. According...
Huh? That look in your eyes. You...
Hey, this is no time to be modest. Just tell him we found...
Oh. Huh. I'd have never guessed that myself. He is a harbinger after all. Unfortunately, this isn't enough for our final report to... Father told me that even though Master Child said he was just coming to Fontaine for a vacation, he
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to task someone with...
Well, when you put it that way, it...
Bingo! Is he around?
He's working today. Coming here as a group would have attracted too much attention. It's the least I can do. Honestly, I'm far more impressed by you guys managing...
Collecting info...
Now, let me think. To find out more, and if he's to do that, he'll have to set out on the next pipe cleaning day at the earliest. That's 6 days from now.
You can even estimate how long it'll take for him to get back?
We've been working together for a long time. Traveler, what say you to meeting here 9 days? Oh, and there's just one last thing we'd like your help with. Though we can just sit back and wait for Fremene's report on Master... Fremene's no master of disguise. Lynette's still working on getting intel from the other areas, and I'll need to spend some time helping...
What do you want us to do? Will it be...
Well, I won't call it easy per se. Listen carefully. You'll need to find an excuse to get into the infirmary and investigate... You've mentioned several sketchy-looking people always meeting at the infirmary earlier. So investigate the internal structure of the infirmary and any active dealings, but also there's no need to take risks. Don't forget, my apologies.
But that's not a bad thing, right? All right, then we'll head out as soon as we finish our prep.
Let's go our separate ways for now then. Don't forget.
Hey, stay here for now. Paimon will take a peek. There seem to be several people.
Right. I feel like it's not impossible.
Oh. It's a bit hard to understand them from here. So... Oh. Someone, please help! She's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin.
The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapsed onto the ground. Paimon doesn't know what to do! Freezing limbs, twitching.
Let me take a look. Please, lie down over... Don't worry, I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly.
You can do it, traveler!
Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you. My checkup has confirmed that she's not in any mortal danger. That's our...
Eh? Oh, that's good.
I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient. Don't sense serious And here? Huh? But based on my... What about here? Does this hurt? Oh. I understand. I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's all. Nothing
So that's what it is?
And there have been other inmates complaining about the food Congratulations! The health risk is incredibly low. Miss Levine, I'll have to trouble...
Very well.
And she hopped away, just like that.
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
Her stomach aches really bad. She was stumbling about the whole way here, so Paimon's really worried.
If Miss Sijuin says it's not a serious problem, then there's no need to worry.
But it also looks like she...
Well...
What do you mean, that's true? That's really though they may have committed crimes and gotten locked up here as a result.
Yeah, you're right. But did you have to lecture me about it in front...
That's correct.
Are you two also sick?
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups, and to pick up the medicines Miss Sijuin prescribes for us. That's just the nature of chronic... You could say she fancies herself as Miss Sijuin's kid.
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurier. Don't forget that you are the primary...
Hey, don't start arguing now! Please, keep it civil at least! Hey! There's no need to fight! Everyone will be released...
But...
Release.
allow me to end this boring and useless—
And same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of this excessively—
He just slowly walked off? Like that?
That's just what he's like. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine.
You really can't stand him, huh?
I mean, can you blame me? Look, I'll accompany you two for a while. Miss Sishwin— No, it's nothing.
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
Thank you for getting our medicine, Miss Sijwin.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here. Miss Lorvine, I left in a bit of a hurry just now. Do you still remember if we— Yellow, huh? I understand.
Alright, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon too.
See ya!
I'm going to fill out your medical record now.
Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the traveler rest? Paimon can answer the questions instead.
So her primary symptoms are abdominal pain, with secondary symptoms of nausea.
That's it.
Alright then.
Is there anything we should know besides to take the meds?
No, her base constitution is quite good, so I'm sure she'll recover quite quickly.
Got it. Paimon will hold the traveler to that for Oh, you're going to take a nap already? We've been to lots of places.
So you're the best of— you're awake.
How do you feel? You slept for a real—
Well, now you can go back without a worry in the world.
Thank you, Miss Sijwin. You really are something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of, Paimon talked with Sijwin the entire time you were asleep. She seems like she's just as... Whoa! You really are super thorough. Today's the day! Let's go meet up with Vinny! Oh!
Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
No, we just worked our shifts according.
That's good. That means we've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine successfully left the grounds via the pipes 2 days ago.
Wait, why is she getting involved as well?
You already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. To put it more bluntly, even if we were to view that as something you did in exchange for Fremine's help, you've already done. Infiltrating a guarded stronghold is a different kind of job from a one-off investigation. Lynette also felt like you have already taken the first step for us, so she should.
So that's what Lynette thinks.
Perhaps that's true. You've mentioned before that you've had some run-ins with the Fatui. I can understand.
Well, everyone could use some more friends.
Since I see you as friends, then it's even more glad to hear it. Then, let's go check on Lynette before Fremine returns.
Is now really a good time to go over?
According to my observations, Sigewinne always spends. Also, I'm her brother, remember?
Okay, then let's head over right away.
Lynette should be here right now. Huh. Strange.
As expected, Sigewinne isn't here, but why?
No, Lynette rarely deviates from the plan. Unless...
Let's see if there are any clues around.
Okay.
There are some books here, and advanced nursing. These sure are some interesting books. She even has books on understanding people's.
None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in.
That's the one Lynette must have used, right?
She would have said her migraine was having a particularly bad, which means either the head nurse didn't return the entire.
This is it! We saw it before!
Wait, this thing? It doesn't look like. The space behind it is empty. From its size, I don't think it's an. Could Lynette have tried to get inside? Let's look around here for some more clues.
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper over here!
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, "Out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of paper or card as the
This is...
Is that all? The back. This...
Show me! Now!
That look on your face. Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now? No. Could she have...
Wriothesley. Did he deliberately leave the...
Wait, you mean he was aware...
Yes, that is a crucial question. Wriothesley, you're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulet, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. I'd like to know that too. Don't panic, just think everything over. Wait, you're right. The fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds...
But what does he gain by letting Fremine...
So he's... We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that trouble. If Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably in a...
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. Don't be like this, Lenny. Fremine wouldn't have...
No. I'm the leader of this opera...
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please...
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be I have to go. I'll find a way to get them back!
He's rushed out the door! After him!
feel like we still have some room to make changes.
It's not impossible, but it'll require...
Is that so? Huh?
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. They'll Someone! Please help! She's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
These two. As expected, what a delightful turn of events. I like smart people. Oh my! What's wrong, little one? Being able to read human expressions is...
Lenny! Wait! It's no use. We have to catch up to him. He's already out of sight. How is he so fast? Let's go head him off at Risley's office.
Come out and face me!
Aren't we...
What did you do to my sister?
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary. I'd heard that she was suffering...
Stop joking around! Where did you take my siblings?
I have also heard that your performances are quite the spectacle. Miss maybe she'll appear behind you right...
Is he trying to trick me into turning my head? You knew we were investigating... As for Fremine... No.
There was no need to do so. The Fortress of Meripede is...
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escapes...
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
He's not? What do you...
Lenny!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this one. Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, although as per your original plan, Mr. Fremen...
Wait. You can't mean you locked him outside in the sea?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world.
Fremine's a star diver, so he should be fine, right?
No, we're still here, so he definitely tried to find a way to come back for us.
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you. Besides, I do recall you mentioning to Miss Lynette that you've always wanted...
So... You've been keeping tabs on...
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two. I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a... Mr. Linney, the cards are stacked against you right now. Miss Lynette is in my hands, and Mr. Fremine is still... You need do but one thing to guarantee their safety. I would like...
You want to see Father?
Well, if she cares for the well-being of her dearest children, she should have plenty of motivation to join me for a parents' evening. I've heard that the bonds between the members of the House of the Hearth are like the bonds of family.
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the Fortress of Meripede? This place is basically...
Oh, I see. So it's because she doesn't care for my...
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to...
You people really are difficult to get along with. Mr. Linney, you have one last chance.
Lenny!
Instead of asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to see things from my perspective? I gave you a warning by cutting off the first few operatives I found, but that only caused... Mr. Fremine left the fortress on his own, and Miss Lynette tried...
I shouldn't ask Father to do anything because of us.
6.
Wait,
2. Time's up.
Risley!
Negotiations have broken down.
Yeah, listen to the Traveler. If you can't talk to Lenny, can you at least...
You do realize that I'm only letting you go because of Neuvillette. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve respect. I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone,
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize... We often see Miss Sijuin observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an... The research note said that the Melusine race perceives the... According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company sponsored it. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty. We often see Miss Sijuin Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting... The research note said that the Melusine race perceives the world... The Fonta promoter has been struggling. We often see Miss Sijuin observing the... Fonta's internal reports suggest that... Fonta's internal reports suggest that the Fonta promoter has been struggling. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before... We often see Miss Siege...
Ah, so that's what's going on! The hidden rule of the production zone. At first we thought this strange meat must have something to do with the people who disappear. She often visits the production zone to observe out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as Sijuin has only the best intentions with her. Unfortunately, Melusines, as the recipients of her lovingly prepared special meals, cannot taste the care within and usually just... Are we on the right track?
not bad. You've uncovered Sijuin's secret and even guessed her intentions correctly. All right, now for my next question. There are also some hidden rules in the Pancration ring, including the one that you're not...
Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an... The Fonta promoter has been struggling because... According to Collins, the Pancration... I've been told that the infirmary is The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. The research note said that the Melusine race... We often see Miss Sijuin... We often see Miss Sijuin observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. We often see Miss Sijuin... According to Collins, the... According to Collins, the Fonta promoter has been struggling. We often see Miss Sijuin observing the prisoners at work near the... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But we often see Miss Sijuin observing the prisoners at work... We often see Miss Sijuin observing the prisoners at work near the... The research note said that the Melus... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged... I've been told that the infirmary... I've been told that the infirmary is... Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged... The Fonta promoter has been struggling because... According to Collins, the...
gets this rule too now. That hidden rule of the pancreation ring, people get scared when they see it because they've subconsciously begun to associate it with the missing boxer. But really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet-to-be-named and packaged new Fanta trial product. A blood-red drink. It's no wonder even Fanta's own staff were questioning the company's decision. The company, facing backlash from its own staff, they came to the fortress of Meropide and offered to sponsor the Duke, knowing how valuable coupons are in the fortress. And so, only those who proved their stupidity by being dumb enough to bet on two opposing sides of the same...
I acknowledge the effort you've put into bringing the truth of this, although based on your description, that Fanta promoter is a bit too careless with his words. I may just reconsider my collab.
All right, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley! You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought of sparing... You'll pay for this...
Lenny, are you alright?
Oh, close one. I owe you, Sigewinne.
It was nothing, Your Grace.
Sigewinne?
Though this gun may look like a toy, it's...
Sigewinne...
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and thus protecting. When Monsieur Nervulette asked me to come here, he told me that my job would be to take care of the will.
But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Lenny someone you should be looking...
But I really am just doing what Monsieur Nervulette told me to do. His Grace knows it too.
My dear Sigewinne...
Well, it's nearly time after all.
What are you talking about?
Take me if you want.
How touching.
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
All right, everyone, calm down. 2 more visitors will be arriving any time now. I'll go get a cup of tea. Miss Sigewinne, I leave Miss Lynette.
You...
I believe I hear footsteps.
Some space, please.
Ah, Miss Clarande. My door.
Renee...
What's going on? What is Clarande doing here?
Work.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linney. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off soon.
What happened to Fremine? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like...
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. He must have consumed primordial seawater.
What did you say?
Please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr. Fremine a more thorough checkup.
I'll talk to Clarande while you get Fremine to where he needs to be.
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial seawater. Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. Sorry. I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment.
Why would he ingest a large amount of
Please, look after Mr. Fremine for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator.
Where is she?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way back.
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Sigewinne may have been forced to How's the situation out there?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant amount of time...
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance into the water.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried desperately to swim back.
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved 2.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a
That's a bad sign if you're having to plead your case to Neuvillette. Want some tea?
Not particular.
Fine, I'd like to get some tea.
Might as well then, I suppose.
Linny, are you okay?
I'll be fine. They're all...
Are you sure? You don't look alright.
My hands and feet are still a bit...
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny! Oh. Remine?
He'll be fine. But for now, please help me lift him up.
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to the infirmary.
Yeah, I'll take him from this...
On it.
Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him.
The Duke and Clarande are gone.
They probably went to get some tea. The Duke will explain.
He's awake. Fremine, how do you feel?
Lenny... Lynette...
We're all here.
The infirmary at the Fortress of Merit. How do you feel?
Travel... the sea! There's something wrong with the seawater.
Shh, it's okay.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's primordial seawater mixed into the regular seawater. I don't know why it's there, but no one should touch it. Pipes... Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now. I'm in. Where could Master Child be? This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it?
It's getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it. This is where the water starts. Okay. Master Child probably... The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. There are traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. What the... My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What's going on? No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it. I can't die here. I have to push on.
So, in other words, the
That's right. I tried my best to...
Miss Clarande brought you back, but we also don't know why she just suddenly...
Miss Clarande, you say?
You're still too weak for Monet. You can go after you've had some more rest.
Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Clarande will stay here as a guest.
guest.
You should ask His Grace about that.
Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on. Wanna come with us, Linny?
No, please go on without me.
Linny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but...
Understood.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I are going to head out for now. As long as you stay in here, I don't think...
Thank you.
I take it Mr. Fremenet's condition has stabilized?
Of course! I wouldn't have left the infirmary otherwise.
I've been expecting those two, but might I...
I wanted to check up on Miss Cloran. How are you feeling?
Mostly fine, I think.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical exam.
All right. Thank you for looking out for me.
Well, want to explain yourself, Risley?
Of course. But I'm not partial to the word... where should I begin? How about you...
Then Paimon will begin. Did you know about Lenny's goals from the very beginning?
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress by the Knave.
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them even though you didn't know what they were trying to do?
They came here with ulterior motives. Initially, I thought their goal was just to investigate Child's disappearance. Linny suggested that I had deliberately let him escape, but in truth, I didn't really do anything special to help or hinder him. Of course, it's inevitable that the Knave would make a big deal out of her fellow Harbinger's unexplained disappearance. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went.
So you were hoping Lenny's group would just do your work for you!
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The Forbidden Zone has always been Linny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him.
Are the rumors true? That you're also a former criminal?
Now, why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself? Another form of prison?
Oh, right! Paimon wanted to ask, who invited Cloran down here?
Me, of course. I paid her good mora to come down to the fortress for some field work. As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person to help me get through the impending crisis.
And saving Fremene was part of that crisis?
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. That's not something you should be asking after. All I need to prove to you is that the Forbidden Zone had nothing to do with the Harbinger's disappearance. That should be clear now that you've spoken to Fremene.
But we've already uncovered that there's something wrong with the infirmary.
You make a compelling case,
Yeah, Paimon really wants to know.
even if the truth may not be pleasant. Follow me.
There's a hidden door here? And a whole basement behind it? Huh. You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Risley.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the Fortress of Meripede is. Stand on the central plate.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa! So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, what a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally speaking, I'm the only one who's allowed to go inside. Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your little Fatui friends everything?
Well, Paimon would...
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen the whole truth of this place for yourself.
So there's a switch on the side!
Stand back. Go on, have a look. I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent. The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. Normally, I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Very reasonable guesses. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so later on a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential connection with the primordial sea. Over the past few days, the needle has moved again. With that, and the symptoms that Fremine displayed after leaving the fortress,
The concentration of primordial seawater?
and that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of... Yes, that's very likely.
But forget about the two of us. Not even Novelette knows where the primordial sea could be, much less where we could find and plug a leak. Oh.
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us. If this continues... soon... Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddles in the span of a night.
But that's just too weird! Why would the...
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast It's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it with my research. There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any... When the previous Hydro Archon, Egeria, ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. Some of them began to repent, and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them. And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. The Hydro Archon continued to lend her support. And with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. But as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered soul... After many, many centuries, few people still... Now and again, researchers manage to break one law or another.
But now you know every part of that history is true.
Indeed. It's just as the prophecy says. To be frank, not really. Prophecies are troublesome things. Just hearing one will create the first... Let's go somewhere else. This is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of experiment...
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone!
Huh?
No need to panic, you two. I've already told them about our plan.
What? After you warned us not to—
I'm skeptical as well.
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know more than you could ever imagine.
All right then, if Your Grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
Well, how about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. Good. Saves me a bit of time explaining. Edwin's main areas of research were archaeum and gravimeters.
You want to...
Ah, what a lovely idea.
Gotta admit, I'm tempted.
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical consultants.
Ooh, are they together?
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple and just using your work as a convenient...
Your Grace, I am not in a relationship with this man.
If I dated her, I'd officially...
Jeez, forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Whoa, there's another door that goes right up.
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool.
Well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What a huge ship? This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before.
How much do you know about Fontanian history? Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. According to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sibila, who had taken on the form of a golden bee. He called his nation Lemuria and used the...
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can always be found at the end of a voyage.
Do you believe that too?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and technology. So the moment I began to speculate that the primordial sea might lie underneath the gate...
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortune?
Maybe. Fontanians need some... Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any catastrophe. As the fortress's administrator, I'd never make such a reckless call. Alright, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Seems like you're good. I'll leave you here for now.
Oh, thank you so much.
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw.
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it for sure.
Great. I look forward to what happens next.
We're back!
Welcome back. Do you want a cup of tea?
How can you be so much like Risley? Always drink...
Huh. Actually, now that you mention it, while I was sedated, I could still barely hear 2
Must have been Risley and Sijuin.
Yeah, I heard one...
I really can't make sense of this place.
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able to learn anything from Risley?
Yeah, he explained everything.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations? Yeah, I took...
Nobody else is around, and Miss Sijuin is also busy with something or other.
All right, then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself 3 questions. Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into the sea.
Whoa, he's good.
That's our Linny.
Secondly, Risley's attitude changed dramatically during the course of our stay here. I spent quite a long time thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since the very beginning, he probably ignored us at first because he was hoping we could find Master Child for him. What's more, the Fortress of Meripede is not part of Fontaine's court system, nor does it... As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master Child's disappearance, if I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on himself.
You're super smart!
Thanks so much. If Risley does have a plan, what could it be? All I know for now is that his plan probably has something to do with the changing nature of the sea. That can't be the full extent of what he's doing. I don't have enough information, so I have no idea what it...
I can't believe it.
The sea will engulf everyone. Just like...
Could Risley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this crisis? If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations.
Or perhaps he didn't know, and just wanted to...
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I understand the 2 of you have already aided us far too much. If you ever need anything else going forward, please come to the House of the Hearth at any time. Though you may not share the sentiment...
You have my gratitude.
Thank you for protecting Linny when it really mattered. And thank you for sharing the secrets of the fortress with us.
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden?
Given your strength, you might not need our help at all.
Paimon's hungry.
Oh,
Alright, then we'll catch you guys another time. as well!
Traveler and Paimon! Over here!
Are you here for dinner too, Missy?
Mm-hmm. And I'm taking the opportunity to
Huh. You're right!
What would you like to eat? Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like.
Me too! Don't...
No problem.
So delicious. Is this how it feels to be free?
Feeling full yet? How's the food?
Delicious!
I'm so glad to see you all so
Sigeween, do you do this to help?
A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a Melazine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to take...
You're really good at taking care of...
Really? You're
Oh, and what did you mean back in Risley's office?
Oh, that. I just asked His Grace to look out for those children, especially that diver boy. I was getting it. Thankfully, Glorand is very strong and managed to save him in the nick of time. His Grace also sealed the pipes after... Although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards there to stop anyone from approaching. Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linney as well. We had to press him, but we couldn't allow him to be in any real...
You were all super considerate and really...
It's just what we do down here at the fortress. Oh, I really wish Monsieur Nervula would come down here more often, too. Get a good night's rest, you two. You both worked very hard.
Shower me with praise!
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
I'm super sleepy.
Wait! Get what happened? Why is there no idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
Who's... What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey! What are you doing?
No time to explain, mate. Goodbye!
Hey, wait! What's wrong with these people? They won't even...
They're here! Yeah! There you are!
Oh, thank goodness!
Quisto and Lavaroon, do you know what happened here?
We came here especially to inform you. Lafaroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you might slip through the cracks.
Wait, weren't you the one who brought—
Hey, shut up!
Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with— Yeah, he said to get as far away as possible.
Oh no, it can't be that thing!
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey, where are you going?
We have to go find the Duke! You two just go and get out! Go on without us!
Hey, hey! Be careful!
Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far outwards as possible. Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards.
They're here.
Just like I said.
What happened?
You're just in time. But be ready to run. Three, 2, 1.
This won't hold it for long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense. The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
I see the value in my own...
Neuvillette? Why are you here?
Traveler, I need you to head to the Opera House immediately. Farina will soon be meeting with the Knave there. You must protect Farina. Will do. You...
Look! There are a ton of Fatulia the Traveler in Paimon? Monsieur Nervalet has left instructions. Though I'm sure he's already explained, this should be a mostly cordial conversation.
Oh, so you two are the honored guests, Miss Fer-
Of course!
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler.
I've already prepared seats for you.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get to see this. This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores.
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. You do share a taste in desserts with Farina and I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing.
Since we're talking about him,
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss Fer- Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But, coming from you, that's not surprising at all.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier.
Well, in any case, there's
Oh, and just how do you know that?
because,
And where did he go after leaving the fortress?
well...
The fortress of Meripede lies deep beneath the waves. Unless... Ah, that is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. Since he was unfortunately... Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in Snezhnaya together. I'm currently admiring the scenery on the streets in front of the Opera House.
All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the content... Hold on. The water in the teacup is...
I suppose this is also a...
Huh?
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
A day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe.
fear. Forgive me for overruling it.
All right. Seems like the problem inside has been suppressed.
Let me guess, we're safe for now.
Indeed. But only for now.
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed just as you said.
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now?
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
He already has tons of tea in his office.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously a joke. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the overworld, correct?
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatuia.
I must say, we've spent long enough playing house. Miss Farina, as the Hydro Archon,
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomat yet. Here you are, relaxing, the prophecies hanging above our necks like a guillotine. But you? It beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you—
You're wrong. I've never ignored the prophecy.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. Oh, great Hydro Archon.
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Eve Fontaine will be saved.
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just—
My machinations—
I see. As a allow me to be so bold as to ask another one.
And—
Oh. Then allow me to jog your memory. And what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of—
The Oratrice? It's—
So you also have no idea. I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House. You see, but even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly— Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Nouvellette is—
yeah, yes!
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss— Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left, so— Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the UDEC. You too, Paimon.
Thank you. Oh, Paimon.
You're welcome. I'm sure that— it is getting late.
Very well.
Mind seeing me off, Traveler? We could use the—
Paimon's coming too!
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course,
That's what Paimon thought.
you lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As there, do I look like an irresponsible father to you? That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax, I have no—
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to stop them.
You mean Wriothesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. By the way, and you can just consider that you are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone shortly.
Do you require help with any preparations?
No need. I will take care of it myself. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydra.
Oh? Come over here, you little critter, you! You dare to run from me? Stop right this instant!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be hit. Anything left unguarded is usually just... It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydrognosis is not currently held by the Archon. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem...
Who are you?
The fear in her pupils is genuine. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassin. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to enter. I have to find the Gnosis.
Yes, Father.
My dear children.
News from the Fortress of Meripede. Master...
Probably the handiwork of that Wriothesley.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a harbinger is much. Set up a meeting for me. Oh, and I have.
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but the initiative belongs to the house. You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you. It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted. I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I am a servant of Her Majesty, Of course. But it is, however, quite amusing to me. Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe. Ultimately, though, you don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve. And as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday. He certainly returned quickly.
Neverett?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove... Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply, I used my... So as expected, permission granted.
Whoa. It can't be the... You can't tell us?
If by the phrase, you guys, you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I believe so. And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn.
Huh? What?
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking? The dragon of... huh?
Please do not be so surprised. Farina? My apologies.
We were just guessing randomly.
You guessed correctly.
Right. There's...
Please, go ahead.
Well, if you are the dragon sovereign of water. And then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater...
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, they say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today,
There are 7 elemental archons.
the dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much, unless the Ark... Given the status quo, however, I would...
Oh, so even you can't...
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office.
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go. We'll see you another time.
Take care.
You guys are back?
You guys didn't get...
Huh? No, not at...
And here I thought you'd managed to escape.
All right, there's no need to get caught.
Hey, it wasn't just me.
I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. Whenever he'd say that,
Hey, there's nothing...
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first...
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be watching.
Traveler, Paimon, are you still doing all right?
We're fine, but what about you guys?
A few people sustained superficial injuries, but of course, we must also think...
How did Nervalet know that he was needed here?
Well, Miss sure Nervalet has strong resonance with the hydro element. When the water... I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded. They were... If you're not too pressed for time... Just let me know if you get a craving for any particular day. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your face.
Now guess, what suit will this next card be?
A bare-teeth cat?
Well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Hello, everyone.
Looks like you're recovering nicely from it, eh?
Mm-hmm. Thanks to... Oh, right.
Whoa, how did she
She told me that...
She didn't want to stress you out. That's...
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out. We went back...
You meant father?
She said a few things that were...
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. You should believe her. She has her own way of doing...
Mm-hmm. Father is very capable, and...
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Linny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
Got it.
That does sound like something that father would say.
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
Looks like it, yeah.
Excellent. I will host a tea party.
For real? Then Paimon wants another serving of cake.
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. Well, Next time, you...
Jurier?
Yeah,
That's no excuse for...
Junior, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here.
And you? Are you still taking the secret passage?
Yep. That is still top secret, though.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh, yeah?
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all!
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates?
We wanted to see how the fortress is...
We're fine, for the most part.
If that's the case, why don't you just...
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go. He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea.
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Cloran has left as well.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Nervalette got the milkshake. Clorand received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's Nervalette's own fault for making Sigewinne worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head... Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Sigewinne too?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You...
For real? Then we can stay here for...
You may access the cafeteria for free. Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners, though, so sure feels that. Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not true! It's like, we've now gone... There are so many bad things in the world, and you're counting Paimon today? Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well! Just our thoughts making Paimon. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside ourselves. We should be safe now, right?